Alrighty, yo. Thank you so much for joining me on this flight today, guys. My name is Cash, and today we are in our Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. We're going to be flying the Embraer 175 under the Envoy livery. And yeah, pretty much going to be two of our flights. Stand by while I go ahead and have this pose. All right, so currently, we're just doing, getting our boarding completed and everything else done with the way that we need to. I see we have DC bus 1 and 2 are off. It will reset. We'll try to get a bus reset here in a second. But, yeah, we're going to go ahead and perform our walk around just to make sure that our aircraft is the way it should be. All right, so we are coming down here. We'll check our engine inlet and our fan blades, spinnerets. We'll check our lights here, lighting system. Everything looks good. Taking a quick walk along the leading edge of the wing and the leading edge of the winglet there. These are the long winglets. Do check our static wicks. They look all fine. Our nav lights right there. Our flap track and fairings, it looks good. Tires still look brand new. They don't wear out because they don't have a damage model enabled. And we're gonna go at the back here. We're on APU, so the APU is blasting out there. We're checking that our static wicks for our trailing edge of the elevons there, or the elevators are good. We're checking our elevator leading edge. This be good. Our APU does look okay, no issues there. We're doing the same for on this side. So they're currently boarding, or they're currently loading the baggages. That baggage loading is complete on the rear, so that's all good. Going ahead and checking the trailing fairings, flap track fairings. Checking the wheels, look good. Our suspension looks good. Nothing out of place. All right, we're going all the way down here, where we're going to take a look at the static wicks again, the discharge wicks. These are for discharging static electricity in the event that we're flying through statically charged air. We're taking a look at the leading edge of the winglet and also the leading edge of the wing right there. He's kind of blocking. Sorry, bro. And then we're coming through here, looking at the leading edge of the wing, and we're gonna try to squeeze our way inside here. All right, our engine looks fine. Sorry, bro. Now we're gonna go around here. They're done with the loading, or they're done with boarding. We're connected to the GPU. We're operated Envoy Air. And we're checking out our pitot and static ports. All these looks good. All right, aircraft looks worthy for service. We're gonna go ahead and hop in now. These are all checks that we do on a day-to-day basis, ensuring that everything goes the way that it should. All right, and now that we're all boarded and everything, we're gonna go ahead and get everything done. Here we go, VFS, TO init. Let's send that request again. Go ahead, flaps 4 for departure. Take off data sheet. We're going to be using flex for departure. Let's see, flex to 41. So we're going to go ahead and enter our flex temperature here, which is going to be 41. That is entered. We enter that, and then that is going to be what we're going to be using today. So now that we are all boarded, we can go ahead and get our beacon lights on. We're going to put on our fasten seat belts, our sterile cockpit, and our no smoking signs to on. All right, let's go ahead and request for them to get us going. Prepare for pushback and departure. We are on VATSIM right now, so then that means we are going to be getting all right, let's get our GPU disconnected. We are going to have air traffic as well. Hello. All right, so I'm checking here for me to get, there we go, KEYWEST. All right, here we are at KEYWEST and our tower CTAF 118.2. We're going to our radio. For some reason, our DC bus 1 and 2 are still off. That's okay. We are having issues with our DC bus. We need GPU power. Get the APU off. Because, oh no, we need to just turn off the APU, the generator. Alright. Looks like we're having APU issues. Alright, let's see if we can restart the APU. See if we can get DC bus on. Alright, let's do electrical here. Alright, we do have DC bus 1 and 2 are on their green, so that's fine. APU is starting, battery 1 and 2. Looks like it's just a case of resetting the generator right there. Because it looks like DC bus did not activate. Nope, DC bus 1 and 2 keeps going off. Alright, DC bus 1 and 2, but they're on, so I'm not sure what's going on. Alright, so looks like we're not able to depart yet. We just gotta rectify that issue. Yes, we're gonna interrupt. Let's see if we can get engine startup going right now. Hmm. We're using AC. gives me DC bus 1 and 2 is up. Alright, looks like this is bugged, so we're gonna have to restart this entire thing. Um, this is interesting. We have DC bus 1 and 2 off. Alright, we're gonna have to restart our flight. Let's reset. Yep, we're gonna have to restart this flight because that means that we are gonna be delayed in we are gonna be delayed getting out of Miami to Dominica. So that's never a good sign. Alright, let's go. Battery 1 and 2 is on. We're gonna go with APU this time. Nope, those are strobes. Alright, APU is warming up. There we go. Alright, so we do got power. Lead valve is open. And we have full control. Let's go ahead, flight details. Let's import our sim brief flight plan. Oh, nope, wrong thing. We hit here. Departure. We're runway 09. We're dry, and we're flaps 4 for departure. Check the winds, calculate. We're gonna load that up. Alright, everything else looks good up on the top side here. We're gonna go ahead and do refueling. Check. Let's go to route. And what are we? 3513. Yeah, it's not giving me what I need here. Alright, so we're runway 09er, Buffett 1. And we're hit that departure. We're gonna apply that. And then we're arriving at Miami. We are runway 30. Let's 30 via Shan. And what was it? Sandbar 3 arrival. And we're hit that arrival. We're gonna apply. Hit flight plan. We're going sandbar VA2. We'll activate that. We're going to our plan mode right here. let's do waypoint centered. And then there we go. We'll enter here, go here, and then we're all the way in. Through Shannon, we turn right, turn left, and then we're into runway 30. We're all set now. Yeah, I hear you. It's okay. Check our manifest. We're all good. Let's do perf in it. Send that request. All right, let's go. Alt shell 7000. Come on, start refueling before GSX gets pissed off. Put on our wheel chocks and the cones to let everybody know that we're around. Let's get our hydraulic pump on. Alright, so just had to go get my checklists. Alright, so we're all set. Flight details imported. Everything is good. Civil signs and focus there, blah, blah, blah. Alright, MCDU is already checked. And we're just completing our... Alright, so refueling is being completed right now. We're doing 5700. We're going to radio right now. 118.200. And then what's our squawk code for today? Auto ATC says 4250. And we're hit that. So we're all set with that. Let's go back to route. We're going over to perf. And let's go back to perf. Let's go to takeoff. Takeoff in it. Send that request. And takeoff data sheet. We're gonna flex to 41. Enter that. Let's go to perf. So our climb, our cruise, our descent. Let's get our descent forecast, which that does not work. Okay. Arrival and landing. Let's do our landing in it. We are flaps 5, no icing, no temperature compensation. Let us check our landing information here while we land in Miami. Miami departure, Miami approach. Information Gulf. Let's get that METAR. Winds are calm to 0 at 0. What's the temperature out there? We're landed at 17 degrees. So that's good. Our landing weight, or our estimated landing weight, we're going to go to SimBrief for that. We're estimated landing at 65,348 pounds. So we're going to put that 65348, and there we go. Go through with landing. There's our VFS, landing flap 5, and we're all set for our arrival today. Okay, so our aircraft is already fueled. Let's go ahead with our boarding. If you guys are just joining us, we had to restart this because our DC bus was just not turning on. May have been a bug, not sure. But I had to just restart because no matter what I did, it would just not start up my engine. So seems like a WASM bug or WASM issue. Let's get off this. Let's go back to map. Let's rock for our system status. And then we're all good here. So we're waiting for boarding to complete. Now we're just going to go ahead and no pushback. Let's run the crew. Altitude is set. And I think the heading selection for here is 094. So we're going to go ahead and enter it right here. You can see the heading change right here. And you can also change it through here if you just scroll over it. But I'm going to use this. 094 is the heading for the runway today. Our speed is going to remain via FMS managed. Our yaw damper is on. Most of my lights on the dash is not going to be illuminated because that's the way it's supposed to be. You can turn it on through the tablet right here. If you go to the aircraft, you can just click this button. It'll turn on all the lights here, so you'll be able to see exactly what's engaged and what's disengaged. But I keep it off because that's how it's supposed to be in real life. So we've already, no, we didn't do the walk around. I think we should just go ahead and complete our walk around at this time. But the mere fact that this aircraft does not have, and again, this is not working for me because I'm on a beta build, so this will remain as is. I think we checked everything that we need to check here. If we go ahead and do the test, the fire test, because we have to perform them. All right, fire warning test is complete. All right, and then we got our fasten seatbelt signs, no smoking, and stereo cockpit light are all set to on. Our power reference is set here to the local QNH 3009. All right, and we do have flex selected. Everything in our FMS has already been completed in terms of our setup, and also our radio is also configured. We're going to go 122.800 here for our secondary. So after we get airborne, we can go ahead and switch over to our local CTAF frequency. Or I should say just Unicom, not CTAF, but Unicom. CTAF would be what we'll get on to when we get over to Miami. So we are going to be delayed in terms of getting over to Miami and leaving Miami to head down to Dominica, but we may still arrive before the real world flight. So that's all great. So the real world flight is estimated to leave Miami at 10:08 a.m. this morning, local time. They typically leave a little bit later than that, but we are pretty much going to be ahead of the, we're going to try our best to get out of here. We're not going to rush the aircraft out. We're pretty much going to attempt to get out of here as soon as we can. We're not going to use pushback. We're just going to start up and taxi out. Which means that we're going to be taxiing this way and heading out. If you guys take a look, it's going to be, yeah, we can push. Well, actually, we can just taxi out this way and go right and head down to runway 09. All right, so we'll do that. Seeing out here, you would have to be on this side to see that you can just pull out there. But, yeah. Let's go ahead and get some of this up here so that we can block the sun. So our sunshade is up. All right. Auto brake set to RTO. Push takeoff. You see roll LNAV VNAV. That is selected. And our AT is going to go on once we start taxiing off to the runway. So all these has to be set before we go ahead and start up. So VFS speed on MCP, initial altitude is set, runway heading is set, toga button is pushed, roll takeoff, LNAV and VNAV is selected. Auto brake set to RTO, and that is our before pushback and startup checklist being completed. And our passenger boarding is complete right now. Still loading cargo, but we should be out of here as soon as possible. We have no ground power on the ground right now. We're only using our APU because I didn't want to get involved in that issue again. So we're just waiting for the final call that boarding is completed. So we can go ahead and close our door. And we can get rid of this. We can get rid of that. And now our aircraft looks clean. I think I am on the latest beta build for the Flight Sim Studios E-Jets. The aircraft is gonna have, or it is gonna behave differently from what you guys may see on your end. Let's check our takeoff, min takeoff fuel here. All right, so our min takeoff fuel is 53.47. Where are we at? 56.60. We should have enough fuel to start up, taxi out to the runway, and depart. No further issues. And these guys take extremely long. Yeah, this guy is usually the last guy to complete, and he's finished. All right, so that's the last bag heading up in there. We're gonna prep for departure. So while we do that, we get our red beacon light set to on. We're gonna close doors. And then we're gonna close our cargo doors. All right, so let's check our manifest page here. We'll see if we got, we're 10 minutes late. Trip set. All right, so our trim is gonna be 2.6 for our departure today. We're gonna go ahead and perform our startup right now and taxi. So we're gonna call for KEYWEST traffic, let them know that we're starting up a taxi. KEYWEST traffic Envoy 3513. We're startup off our gate here, KEYWEST. All right, so we're going. Engine number 2 is started. This flight is going to be our shortest flight, as it is going to be the one that's taking us just over to Miami. It's about 30 minutes or 30 to 48 minutes long. It'll take us up to flight level 230, and we're onwards to Miami. Now, we're going to be doing a runway 30 approach into Miami today. Miami's weather is pretty okay. I mean, unless something changes while we're on our way there. However, weather does look okay for us today in Miami. Engine 1 has been started at this time. All right, starting engine 2. All right, ground equipment has cleared out. We're 12 minutes late. Should have been gone already, bro. All right, VFS 128 is set, 8,000. Roll, takeoff, VNAV, we're good. All right, let's check our flight controls. Actuators are coming on. All right, all systems are online. All right, engine 1 is started. We're gonna go flaps. 4 is set, and we're gonna go flight controls. For full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder. Is go full left, full right, neutral. Flight control system is check and check free. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go 2 point, I think it's 2.3, right? On the 2.6 on the manifest. All right, our trims are set. All right, switching our transponder to TARA. And our APU is going to off at this time. Our taxi lights are coming on and off just to signal that we're ready for taxiing out. And we are all set to go. Max taxi speed is 30 knots straight and 10 knots for the turn. All right, here we go. US traffic Envoy 3513. We're taxiing to runway 09 RV Alpha, Key West. Alright, so here we go. We're out. There was another aircraft on the ground here at Key West, but looks like he already left. 3011 is set, and we're at taxi speed. Alright, taxi lights go on. Auto throttle is set, takeoff. Not sure the reason for the break-in, but... Alright, so we're 14 minutes late to depart today. We wanted to leave a little bit earlier on so that we could land in Key West or in Miami. However, things don't go according to plan. We had to restart this simulator and get out of Key West at a different time. Again, it's something that you don't want to cause any delays or don't want to be doing any delays, but if it cannot be helped, then delays are going to happen. So let's just chalk that up as we had a DC bus failure, and then we had someone come out, take a look at the aircraft, and then get it off. Because DC bus 1 and 2 were not connecting to the air, was not allowing us to get power. So we are going to have needed to be at a different point in time. These are off. All good. KEYWEST traffic Envoy 3513. We're lining up runway 09er via Bravo, KEYWEST. Alright, so here we are all ready to go. For some reason, I'm getting that bug right now. It's really annoying. Hopefully when we get in the air, it'll be different. Alright, our throttle, our strobe lights are gonna come on in a sec. I think we got a differential brake happening to us here. Both engines are working fine. We don't want to get too much power out before we are, yeah. The brakes are having a field day right now. Again, there are going to be some bugs that are associated with my build of the aircraft. And we're rolling. KEYWEST traffic, Envoy 3513, we're departing runway 09er, KEYWEST. Alright, let's go. Oops, wait, check. Oop, that was a little bit off. I didn't expect that, but alright, gear up. And now let's go ahead to the map mode. Get this out. Let's do RTCAS and weather radar set to on. Go ahead and switch off our taxi lights. Logo lights can remain off. Strobes are on. Flaps go 3. And we are departing KEYWEST. Um, and climbing. Select altitude 230, and that is selected. Check. Flaps 1. Alright, going flaps up. Now we're going to switch over to our Unicom channel. And we are in our climb right now. So we are at our climb speed, which is 220. Well, it's going up to 250 now because the aircraft has to bust through this. But we're climbing out. Inspection site, our beacons, everything looks good. We were the only ones departing out of Key West today. Don't see anything big or anything of note really while we were leaving out of Key West. Not sure why are we buffeting like that. Let's check some things here. All right, passing 10,000 feet, liner lights go to off. All right, so we're climbing up to flight level 230. That is our final altitude for today. almost the top of climb. 230 is pretty close, so we're all set. We're good. One eight. Barrel reference set. Standard. All right, let's see. All right, I am needing to share this out to because right now I am experiencing some little bit of issues here. So we're gonna go down 3,000 here. Don't want to be saying, but it looks like we are still having some issues. So critical track acquire or acquisition, however you want to say it, it's there, and we are just waiting. So sorry about that. Basically, what you're seeing here is just a couple of bugs that are still lingering with the beta build, most likely. And we have begun our descent. However, this feels it's buffeting so much that I may need to restart the entire sim or entire flight because I'm not sure why it is performing the way that it is. First of all, we're not getting our auto throttles don't engage when we advance beyond the N or 40% N1. That does not engage, and we were expecting that to happen. It did not. Um, and we're having, or we were experiencing the wonky controls, especially on the ground where it felt like it was breaking and breaking. So my turbulence is set to low. This is not supposed to. There's no turbulence around here, but this just feels like the aircraft is trying to stop, or the camera is shaking so much, but still flyable. We'll still fly it all the way down. We already committed to this, and I'm gonna commit to this flight. All right, so we still got our seatbelt signs on. We did not turn them off because it was such a short flight. And our lights are as required. All right, so for now, the aircraft is following the proper descent path. It is really good at acquiring the vertical track. Okay, there is a rapid descent happening here right now. About 4,000. It's attempting to acquire the vertical track. So I'm just making notes of exactly what I see because it just descend down about 4,500 feet per minute to reacquire this. Instead of just getting off of the throttles and nosing down, nosing over so that it can capture the proper airspeed. Which is somewhat of a more realistic. So if it loses, instead of just going to idle and then nosing over to try to acquire it, it keeps it up, and then you kind of find yourself nosing over even more. Or that's exactly, or whatever it's trying to do. But let's see, 15, 30, 11. We're all set. And yeah, we're still experiencing those shutters. Miami's out there. And runway 30 is our approach, our approaching runway today. We're heading over to dump, and let's check our flight. So arrival is still on runway 30. Let's check VATSIM radar to see where persons are coming in. Yep, everyone looks like they are flying into runway 30 today. So we shouldn't have any issues in terms of flying into the... okay, so it's a lot smoother now. Is it altitude related? Is it speed related? I'm not sure, but all right, coming down to 13, we're at 250. It's maintaining the appropriate speed. All right, we're keeping an eye out for our vertical track acquisition here. Have another descent at jump from 8,000. So from 12, got to get down to 8,000 and down. I know I saw some things in here. Need to take a look at a few things. Okay, no. Yeah, I guess I was definitely wrong. I didn't see anything in the view. Am I that crazy? Let's see. I want to see if I am that crazy. I know it. Setup, vector, TRS channel, MISC menu, OPR config, enable auto. Also, it is the auto land feature is what I saw. Okay, maybe that's what I saw. Flight config. All right, here's Miami. For some reason, it is shuddering. That's not the best. But we're here. We're in Miami. We're about to get down. So, I mean, runway 30 is what we are set up for. We're still 14 minutes. We were late by about 14 minutes. All right, let's see what we got here for us today. All right, we're gonna set our auto brake to no, we're setting that to low. We're gonna check our navigram chart. Check ILS runway 30. That is 260 feet. $260 is set. Let's go to radios. FMS is set to auto. Let's check our runway 111.7, approach course 304. Oh, it's automatically set as well. Okay. Well then, perfect. Miami traffic envoy 3515. We are on the approach for runway 30, Miami. All right, let's see if we got that good. We're below 10,000. Blinding lights go to on. All right, the weather is clear and beautiful today. We gotta get speed limit. We're busting the speed limit here. We're gonna activate our approach speed in a second. All right, we're gonna have to switch over to Miami 118.3. Is that correct? Let's check it. See, Miami Tower 118.3, 270 all the way over. All right, 118.3 is what we're gonna set. We're gonna set that 3 here. Vertical track acquisition. All right, approach speed is activated. We're switching over to Miami now. So that Miami traffic is aware of our intentions here today. Making that left-hand turn. That left-hand turn is going to be a pretty tight one. Over to Shan.
Miami traffic, Delta, fresh from Scandinavia to the top 952 is going to be going direct to London for ILS 30 local establishment.
All right, we're about 16 miles out. See, and that's the thing. The aircraft will refuse to go into idle and then just dip down while still keeping the power in, which it should not. It should prioritize using the idle thrust, and then it gets down nice and slow. All right, flaps 1. Approach mode is armed. Low. Yep, we need that. And it is attempting to dive to keep up, which is interesting in and of itself. Okay. We're checking this aircraft out on its ILS capabilities. Miami traffic convoy 3515 were established on the ILS runway 30 Miami. There's 30, gear down. All right, let's go ahead. Taxi takeoff fly, or taxi lights left, right on. Flap select 4. Aircraft is attempting to, we're approach 1, check. Speed target. Can we see the traffic? I don't think I see traffic. Yeah. Where's the traffic on our TCAS? I don't see any traffic at all. Alright. Scoring altitude is set. By reference is set. Flap select 5. Auto brake is set to low. Gear down. Spoilers auto armed. And we are in. Lights checked. Check. And that Delta flight that's coming in, he's a ways behind us, but he is still gonna come up.
Miami traffic, Sunday the next position in ILS 130 Miami.
Alright, so our line and flap is select flaps 5. We're all good. Nothing left to do but watch the aircraft fly this down. I don't have the auto land feature set up because why should I? We're trying to keep it as realistic as possible. And look how beautiful Miami is. While we are still a little bit late, 9:41. I wonder if we will still be able to take off right on cue with our real world counterpart.
Commander traffic, American 230, 5 miles to the southeast, southwest of Cody, joining downwind from ACJ.
We kind of slowed down a little bit too early. We were supposed to start slowing down around here, and then we would get in our gear down, flap select to 5, right about here. But we kind of had that all configured
My
before we.
traffic, maybe 93 South Charlotte, 306 mile final, Miami will cross shore final.
Miami traffic Envoy 3515. We are on about 5-mile final for runway 30. All right, so that's why, because we do have a heavy jet at the back of us. We do have a heavy A330. So we're gonna try to vacate.
Envoy 35, 15. Sorry, I'm turning right behind you. It's you. What's your current speed?
We're doing our minimum approach, which is 137. Yeah.
All right, Roger. Respond to our minimum. This is probably a bigger run for us. So it's going to be a 93.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to land and vacate because I do see the 330 behind me. So trying to get off as quickly as possible so that you guys don't get cut off. All right.
Yeah,
so
right. But it should be, yeah, just as quick as possible. We've got about 2-mile separation here, so you're an inverter, so you should be able to roll out quickly.
Yep, that's right. All right, let's see. Now we're good to go. So
Just once you call vacated, I'll let myself in. If you don't call vacated, then I probably won't land. All right,
yeah, we'll give you that call. Runway 3515. AP off. Let's try arrest that descent.
EPS 5255, holding short 30 at Zulu.
And we're down. Brakes are on. We gotta go right.
Okay, maybe 93 going around.
Runway 3515 when we vacated.
Too late, going around.
All right, there we go. He's going around. Oh, there he goes above us.
Miami traffic, Riptide 191, holding short, runway 9 for departure.
Yeah, we had to depart. We had to go right, but it looks like he did not have the proper separation required.
My traffic, Scandinavian 93, so it's going to be flying runway heading 2000 on the mist.
There's a Delta behind us. There's him behind, who was behind us, but he was real close doing 180. So the go around was one that was warranted. All right, so let's head down here, see if we can do what we can.
On traffic, American Chief
Get back down to the Delta gates. All right, so APU is on, strobes are off. Flaps are select up, spoilers are retracted.
191 departing
We're
runway
3 minutes
9,
late for arrival.
minus traffic.
Minus traffic, 78963 is going to be 2000, and we're going to be turning right heading 230 minus.
EPS at Q55, crossing 30 at Zulu.
And here we go. Nope. Continuing down, and then we'll turn in for us to go down to Delta Gates down there. We could have cut through here, but badly planned, badly timed. Let's go. I'm trying to get off of this aircraft as soon as possible because I need to reset. If you notice, the brake locked.
Canadian 230, Christian 953 is going to be making a right 190. 9.
Was a pretty firm landing.
EPS 525, taxiing
Touchdown.
Mike to 26 left. EPS 55, Miami traffic.
Very firm. Gonna try to get out to the Delta Gates out here. They're gonna be ahead of us.
Traffic, Canadian 935 heading 120 Miami.
Yeah, these are gonna be our gates because we are gonna be departing out of there to Dominica.
Actually, what's that 130 Miami?
Miami traffic, American 243, left base 30.
And we are taxiing in real nicely. Earlier on, I had the issue where my generator, or not my generator, but my DC bus was not turning on. So I had to reset. And when I reset,
And west side 191
issues as
passing
well.
4000, headed to the north, last call, Miami traffic.
Alright, let's slow down here a little bit. Sorry for wide bodies. But I'm still able to get down there. Alright, there's our gate. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our gates here at Miami. Was still pretty smooth, I guess. Did feel a little bit firm.
Delta 784, going to go wrong with 26 left, flight altitude 3000.
Miami traffic, American 243, let's establish 3 miles.
Brakes are on.
12 miles.
Brakes are set. Alright, engine 1 and 2 is off.
Traffic, Canadian
Taxi lights are off.
left turn 120
Sets
Miami.
off. Alright, let's get our wheel chocks and cones in. And we're gonna request the ground power unit. GPU is engaged, APU is going off. Now we're gonna request deboarding. Okay. Yeah, let's go. All right, there we go. And here comes our gate. Chocks are on. Test, check, deboarding. Delta 55. All right, how did they take it? Yeah, that was a pretty hard landing. That's what I knew. I knew that aircraft. So you did all of that to switch over? Come on, bro. Exit 1. Yeah, let's go. Alright.
Miami traffic, American 900, currently on the left, setting up for left downwind. We're going to be flying the ILS runway 30, Miami traffic.
And UPS 5255 taking off 26 left, Miami traffic. Taking off to the north.
Hopefully this is not the issue that we're going to run into when we do our next departure.
Miami traffic, going to leave next to turning right, left here, 90, vectors, ILS 30, Miami.
Miami traffic, American 243, 4 miles, 30.
Alright, we're rock a Simbri flight plan. Number 291 November. We're proceeding to flight planning. Let's go ahead and select the dual class configuration again. Generate that Simbrief OFP.
Miami traffic, just going to leave 953, is going to be on a right turn, left turn even. Heading 040 Miami.
I've got to do a PC clean out. I know there's not an update for this again, for sure. It should not be, right? At least from my knowledge. Alright, let's go ahead and do flight details. Let's close this flight. Let's
Miami
add a flight.
traffic, going to leave next to return and ILS 30, we'll call established. We're going to fly from Miami.
Miami to Dominica. Let's go route. Down to Dominica. And we're Envoy 3448. This is pretty much the same thing that happens when you arrive. So we prep for the next flight.
Miami traffic, American 900 heavy, turning left 040 for the ILS 30.
Alright, we're going to Simbrief. We'll refresh the Simbrief flight plan right there. Okay, that request is still being sent. That's interesting.
Miami traffic, American 243, vacating cruise air.
The Ursus. No, they're staying on board. We are being departing shortly. Alright.
Miami traffic, next to established ILS 30, 5 mile final, we'll call short final Miami.
Oh wow, they're doing some new routes now. This is the Guava 2 departure. Runway 27.
Miami traffic, American 900 heavy, RNAV to Oldie for the ILS 30.
Up to Ursus. Gonna apply that. Check our flight plan. Looks good. Our departure is gonna be runway 27. Our condition is dry. Check that weather. Calculate that. 17 minutes of startup. We're 17 minutes to go. We're all set. This may be bad because when we get up to cruise, it may start bumping around again, which is not going to feel pretty nice for our passengers.
Miami traffic, estimated 90 for heavy, short final 30, Miami.
Once we start getting refueled, I will go ahead and request the GSX refueling. So we can go ahead and do our walk around after landing.
And Miami traffic, American 900 heavy, we are 10 out, ILS 30 fully established.
Landing gear looks good. Engine inlet looks good. Looks good. Don't need to explain exactly what I'm doing. I did it already previously. If you don't know, we're just taking a look at, or taking a walk around of the aircraft, making sure that we didn't hit any birds, any debris didn't hit the aircraft in any bad way, if we're not missing any of those static discharge wicks. The APU needs to go on in a little while again, but that's fine. I don't think I got reversers engaged because of the way that the reversers are set for this aircraft. Yeah, that's why I kind of tied up the
Miami
gun.
traffic, turn even up speed, vacated runway 130 at Zulu Room taxi and Foxtrot Gate via Quebec, Miami.
Alright, so let's check now. Let's make sure that we're good. Yep, everything looks good for our flight into Dominica today. Okay, refueling has started. Let's go ahead and request our refueling. Reload the sim brief. Request refueling.
American traffic, Delta 784, runway 26 left on final.
And Miami traffic, American 900 heavy, taxiing to the concourse via Quebec, Papa.
Alrighty, yo. Yeah, we're on refueling right now. Isn't our refueling truck supposed to be on its way? Yeah. Why are you pissing off? Yeah, so we oh wow, we're pretty early. Okay, that's fine.
Truck is in position. Please don't load the aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and asked to do. Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Alright, so there we go. We're refueling. We're trying to get out of here. Hopefully we can get out of here before Alright, it's not yet departed. So it's 10:10 for its departure. Hopefully we can beat it out. We have United coming in today. Today's Saturday, obviously they gotta come in. But yeah, we got them coming in. And yeah, so we're gonna wait for our boarding to be completed while we sit here and chill out for a little bit.
Miami traffic, American 1884, departing runway 26 left. Now in mind, American 1884, Miami traffic, holding short 26 left for arriving.
Alrighty, guys, so we're back. We're just taking a quick break here. We're still right on cue with the Envoy as well, so it has not left Miami yet. Most likely, it is still getting itself out and about and taxiing. But we're gonna set up our, or we're gonna start our APU right now. Or we're gonna attempt to start the APU. Hello? Brother. Are we having another AP? Oh my god. That's interesting. It started up. That's wild. Okay, so we know we're in for a wild time once we start heading down to Dominica. All right, let us see where we're at in terms of this. Yeah, we know we're up for a wild time once that stuff starts happening. Perfinet, let's send that request. Request was sent. We're getting that. How much fuel do we have? 13.6. Is that gonna be enough to head down to Dominica? Let's see. Let's check our seat and breathe. 13.6. Yep, that's enough, I guess. Okay. Let's go back to perf. Let's go to takeoff. Send our request. Take off in it. All right, let's do our takeoff performance. And that flaps 2 for takeoff. And then we are 41 still. 41 degrees. Sweet. we're flaps to CO in it. So our data set, our thrust reduction, our data set. It's still recognizing it as a flaps to departure, or flaps 5 departure. Sorry, we're fitted. Yeah, so this is not gonna be what we wanted. The VFS 195. 139, 139. What's our B2 is 141. Let's see. Uh, 3.5. Come on, bro. That is not a sweet thing. Don't tell me whenever we land, we gotta restart the entire thing. That's gonna be so annoying. It's gonna be super, super, super annoying each time that is to happen, bro. Come on, bro. That is. Yeah, it's gonna be a super annoying, my bro. Yeah, the request is there. It's in. Alright, we're flaps too. There we go. Alright, let's unload this. Let's import from SimBrief. Download. Remove this. Airport 27 for departure. Runway 27 is down here, so it's a quick and easy departure. 27 is 272 on the head-in. What are we on? 037. This was, yeah. A lot easier to just switch this over. Alright, bruh. Came from right here. I could have just gone back. Okay. Alright, boarding is completed. Beacon lights go to on. APU, all those things are on. We're good, ready to go. Alright, let's prepare for pushback on departure. Miami traffic envoy 3448. We're pushing back off of gate Delta 55, Miami. Alright, so there we go. We're ahead of schedule. Let's see if we can get the flight radar going and seeing where they're at. If they're already airborne, then we're shit out of luck. Nope, they are not airborne yet. So our trim is going to be 3.5. Pickoff CG 19.1. Alright, some of these are not able to be entered. Are we? No, our flight plan has not yet even been sent to our thing, ACARS. Alright, engine start. Wait a second. Why are we pushing back with the GPU connected? That is so freaking... okay, there goes our GPU. And it's surprising that we're out before our own counterpart. They may still be on the ground. Envoy is taking off already, but not our envoy. We got envoy 4215 departing Miami, and then we have American, then we have American, then we have American. Brakes are set, whatever you need. We have envoy 3398 on the ground. Okay, 4153. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the one that's supposed to burn. Check. Yeah, so we're still ahead of our counterparts. So let's check our engines are started. Let's go ahead and disconnect the APU. And let's go ahead, flap select to 2. We're going over to our flight control system. Let's go ahead, flight controls, full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral, and we're on our map. All right, runway 27 is our runway today. Our ground crew has disconnected and they're all set. We're clear of the aircraft, and we should be able to taxi to runway 27 right now. All right, so we're going to be taxiing via Papa and Quebec. Traffic Envoy 3448, we're taxiing to runway 27 via Papa, Quebec, Miami. All right, so it should be Victor Papa, Quebec, but we're off. Correction, Miami. Traffic Envoy 3448, we're taxiing to runway 27 via Victor Papa, Quebec, Miami. All right, so there we are. We're all going out. Auto brake is set to RTO. Takeoff, roll, takeoff, LNAV. All right, we don't have VNAV. All right, so we got roll, we got takeoff. We ain't got VNAV, but we do have LNAV. We don't have VNAV, but we have LNAV, sorry. Hopefully I'm not just making those types of mistakes when I speak. All right, taxi lights going on now. Auto throttle, set to takeoff. Roll, takeoff. Not sure why VNAV is not engaged. But again, we have not set up the aircraft yet. We're just rolling down. And our real world counterpart, which is a flight 3448 with service from Miami to Dominica. It's still on the ground. I think the aircraft just landed about 16 minutes ago, so it still has not yet started its taxi out. So we are graciously ahead of it, which means that I can land this, stand up on my porch, and look at the real world counterpart fly in for its landing. But today it's about a 3-hour flight down to Dominica, almost 3 hours and 45 minutes. Heading down to Dominica, weather does look good. Dominica, the weather is pretty good as far as I can see. If I look outside, we just have a couple of clouds, just some scattered clouds. We had some showers last night, but the weather looks good for the arrival today. It's pretty cold. Um, But again, some people say that, they rather this type of temperature than the others. But yeah, it is cold right now. Miami traffic, Envoy 3448. We're lining up runway 27 Miami. All right, let us see here. For some reason, it holds on to those brakes, doesn't it? And my brakes are extremely hot. You got a Delta flight out there. All right. Landing lights are going on. Strobe lights is set to on. Seatbelt signs are on. I'm gonna go source. Sorry, the brakes do hold on. For some reason, it shows that my brakes are pretty much overheating. But that cannot be the case. It's just a regular bug of this Ejet. 40% N1 and it's still not yet. All right, we're in takeoff mode. Miami traffic Envoy 3448. We're departing runway 27, Miami. All right, here we go. Takeoff.
Eight knots.
Check.
Rotate.
All right, let's trim this aircraft out. Gear going up. We're holding that takeoff. VNAV is engaged. Gonna take a screenshot of this so I can send it over to Flight Sim Studios so they can take a look. We're gonna put this in our CFM issues. Flaps up. And here we are in our Miami traffic Envoy 3448. We're airborne passing 2000, climbing flight level 370, man. All right, so there we go. 370 is set and selected. Taxi lights are off. We're out. Aircraft is performing its acceleration. I am smelling some electrical thing, but smells like
Miami traffic, Air Canada 1035 heavy.
let's go to radio, switch over to Unicom, and we're in our climb. If you guys are just joining us, we are flying out of Miami down to Dominica. We just landed not too long ago, about roughly 30 minutes ago, 30 to 45 minutes ago. We landed at Miami and we came from Key West this morning. Pretty uneventful flight. It's gonna be uneventful for the remainder of the flight while we head down to Dominica. Now, the aircraft seems to think that its brakes keep locking, which is what it's doing here right now, which I think is very odd. And if you notice, the brakes are showing that it's overheating. 10,000. Landing lights go to off. Fasten seatbelts. Stereo lights go to off. And we are in our climb. Let's create a new post here. All right, let's see if we can get the say 1027 view. We don't want details. Let's go medium. Large icons. There we go. Let's check the tags. Version 1.2. Post that in. Let them take a look at it. We're climbing out nicely. All right, so we're headed over to Guava, Clams, Lorod, then Ursus, and then we should be on our way over the Caribbean at this time. Well, we're over the Caribbean, but we should be on our way over. That rock and bump you see there, that's just a bug. We're just gonna keep going with it. All because I want to, fly this go ahead down. We can fly it in the external view if needed. Alrighty, so I'm gonna make a call real quick, guys. Just give me 1 sec. Alrighty, yo, guys, welcome back. So we are right at top of descent into Douglas Charles today. I was able to fix the issue with the shuttering. It was just basically G-force settings, but it's fixed, and we're all good now. All right. So as we approach Montserrat right here, this is Guadeloupe, Montserrat, and Antigua and Barbuda. Well, Antigua over here, Barbuda is further out right here. Vertical track acquired. Vertical track acquisition. That's what it says. Not sure. Let's get the passengers back in their seats. As we prepare for our arrival. Alrighty, you guys. So here we go. We're on approach into Dominica. We are currently at 12,000, descending through to 2,000 on the RNAV Yankee approach runway 27. Now, based upon the weather on the outside, does look pretty much exactly what we see here. We're gonna do a circle to land for runway 09er. And we're just gonna make the adjustments here to the head and buck, because once we turn through here, we are gonna be directly running down to runway 27, and then we wanna break off of runway 27 and head over to runway 09, where we'll make that circle to land into the visual for runway 09er. So got everything set up and ready to go for our arrival. Zero it out. All right, below 10,000, line of lights are going on. And you can see the runways over here already. We are able to see that. So the entire area looks beautiful. So we are able to see ourselves in. And we're all ready to go in for that landing now. Let's check our landing information. Go to perf. Landing. Landing in it. Gotta check our winds. 100 at 5 knots. What is our estimated landing weight? 66076. The temperature outside is 28 degrees Celsius. And we're flaps full for that landing. All right, let's activate our approach speed so we can slow down. Douglas Charge Tower 18.9er. All right, there we go. coming in a little bit fast, but because we know we're going to be doing that circle to land, we're not going to be bothered by the speed in which we are about to land. All right, so everything else looks good up top. Our real world counterpart should be, you know, over, well, nearby St. Martin by now. If I take a look at our flight radar, and we show on map, actually it's not even close. It's just left Santo Domingo, and it's nearing Puerto Rico. So we have arrived there a lot faster than our own counterpart. So how about them apples? All right, we're going to go ahead and select now. So we're now going to go across this way, and then we're going to come around. We'll go track acquire. All right, we're getting our airspeed to bleed off here. We'll go flaps 1. And we're going ahead and select. Let's go to the west over here. We don't want to be in too much of a hard over when we start going in. Again, this is going to be a flaps full landing. Now we can head 270. We can head west. Flap select full. Gear down. And we're off the autopilot right now, because the aircraft has decided to start descending when I don't need it to. All right, so we're in flaps full configuration. We still have our auto thrust selected to on. We're going to maintain this while we head into Dominica today. We need to maintain our vertical profile. So we're just adding trim. We're a little bit high. Stabilize in. Check. Yep, we're making that turn now. Try to keep this as stabilized as possible while we're making the turn. Here we go. Now the wind's got us, and we're in. There's our entry. Yep, we got it. Don't worry. Continue. We're gonna have a sink rate. There we go. Auto throttle is off. Why is my throttle is... We're going around. Ground flaps. Gear up. Okay. And the aircraft is not handling a go-around too well. Okay. Alright, it's not handling go-arounds too well, I can see that. Not sure why it kept me at all that power in the first place, but we're gonna go around and try again. Alright, here we go. I hate the go-arounds here, but auto throttle is disengaged. Keeping an eye on our power because I had my power out. And when I looked, it was at 50. See, like right now, it's spooling. All right, so we did a go around due to an unstabilized approach. And then they gave me a deduction in points for that, although I did a go around. Gear going down, flap selection. We had a pretty good turn in, and everything was done the way that it should have been done. But it's just that while I was coming in, I noticed even with my thrust lever set to idle, I was at 50%, which I didn't want. I wanted it at idle so we don't increase and it just floated down and kept me real high and real fast. So flap set at 5 and flaps to full. All right, there's our patch. We're gonna turn in a sec. Too high. Let's make that turn again. Then we got you in that turn. A little bit of power to get around that turn. Here we go. Continue. What am I doing 1,000 feet per minute, bro? My nose cannot be that deep. Go to settings, remove the reverse on our axis. Yeah, we did one go around. That was real annoying. Mess with my whole flow, and then I'm seeing this thing is descended at a high sync rate, which is odd. And the fact that I'm like, well, can't blame it. It is what it is. Should have just gone for runway 27 approach. All right. Well, guys, welcome to Dominica. Another hard landing, which is most likely going to be the case. Let's take a look. Yep. I'm not sure why is it that they keep giving me such hard landings. I mean, I used to do so well with this, especially when I had bad frames. Now I have good frames. I'm doing all kinds of nonsense. I should have done the 737 flight today in 2020. This would have been a lot better. I would have felt a lot better. I'm not feeling good about this flight at all. I don't even want to record it, but it's okay. We'll go ahead with what's there. Alright, our taxi lights are going off. Brakes are set. APU is off. Our beacon is off. Well, we're here. We're in Dominica. Thank you guys so much for joining me on the flight today. There's not going to be a return flight because this is the only one that I'm making in here. Our return flight will be done on a different day when I feel a little bit differently about this Ejet. Yeah, spoiled my entire mood with that landing. But thank you. thank you guys if you were here for the landing. Thank you guys for joining.